Right now, somewhere in the world, someone is lying awake in the dark, staring at the ceiling, mind racing with thoughts that refuse to quiet. Their body feels exhausted, yet sleep remains frustratingly out of reach. The alarm clock glows with numbers that seem to mock them, each passing minute a reminder of the precious rest they're losing. If you've ever found yourself in this position, you're not alone. In fact, you're part of a massive global community struggling with one of the most fundamental aspects of human health: the ability to simply fall asleep and stay asleep. The numbers paint a stark picture of our collective sleep crisis. According to research from Johns Hopkins Medicine, insomnia stands as the most common sleep-related problem, with around 1/3 of adults experiencing insomnia symptoms at any given time. Even more concerning, up to 10% of adults have severe enough insomnia that it's considered a sleep disorder. These aren't just statistics on a page. These represent millions of people who drag themselves through their days in a fog of exhaustion. Their health, relationships, and quality of life eroding with each sleepless night. The modern world has created a perfect storm for sleep disruption. We live in an age of constant connectivity, where the glow of screens follows us from the moment we wake until we attempt to sleep. Our work bleeds into our personal time through emails and messages that demand immediate attention. The pressures of economic uncertainty, social media comparison, global events, and personal responsibilities create a background hum of anxiety that many of us have learned to ignore during the day, but which roars to life the moment our heads hit the pillow. Recent surveys have revealed that 85% of workers in the United States lose sleep due to work-related stress. Think about that for a moment. The vast majority of working adults are literally losing rest because their minds cannot disengage from the demands and worries of their professional lives. This isn't just about feeling tired the next day. Chronic sleep deprivation has been linked to a cascade of health problems that read like a medical textbook of things we'd all prefer to avoid. Heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, depression, weakened immune function and cognitive decline. When we don't sleep well, our bodies cannot perform the essential maintenance and repair work that happens during deep rest. Our brains cannot properly consolidate memories or clear out the metabolic waste products that accumulate during waking hours. Our immune systems cannot mount effective defenses against illness. Our hormones fall out of balance, affecting everything from our appetite to our mood to our ability to handle stress. In short, poor sleep doesn't just make us tired. It fundamentally undermines our capacity to function as healthy human beings. The consequences ripple out into every aspect of our lives. Relationships suffer when we're irritable and emotionally reactive due to exhaustion. Our performance at work declines when we cannot focus or think clearly. Our physical health deteriorates, making us more susceptible to illness and injury. Our mental health takes a hit as anxiety and depression feed on the biological vulnerability created by sleep deprivation. It becomes a vicious cycle where stress prevents sleep, and lack of sleep increases stress, round and round in a downward spiral that can feel impossible to escape. For many people, the response to sleeplessness has been to turn to medication. Sleeping pills have become a multi-billion-dollar industry, with an estimated 4% of Americans taking prescription sleep aids like benzodiazepines. While these medications can provide temporary relief, they come with their own set of problems. They're habit forming. They often lose effectiveness over time as the body builds tolerance. They can cause next day grogginess and cognitive impairment, and they don't actually provide the same quality of restorative sleep that natural sleep offers. Moreover, they do nothing to address the underlying causes of sleeplessness, meaning that when you stop taking them, you're often right back where you started. But what if there was another way? What if instead of fighting against sleeplessness with chemicals, or simply suffering through it with resignation, you could work with your own body's natural systems to gently guide yourself into deep, healing rest? This is where sleep meditation enters the picture, offering a time-tested, science-backed approach to one of humanity's oldest and most universal challenges. Sleep meditation isn't a new invention dreamed up by modern wellness gurus. Its roots stretch back thousands of years to ancient contemplative traditions that recognized the profound connection between the mind, body, and the quality of our rest. What is new, however, is the growing body of scientific research that validates what meditators have known for millennia. That specific practices focused on relaxation, awareness, and the cultivation of inner calm can dramatically improve both the quantity and quality of our sleep. The beauty of sleep meditation lies in its elegant simplicity and its alignment with how our bodies are naturally designed to work. Rather than trying to force sleep to happen through sheer willpower or chemical intervention, sleep meditation creates the conditions in which sleep can arise naturally. It works by engaging the parasympathetic nervous system, that crucial part of our autonomic nervous system responsible for rest, digestion, and recovery. When we activate this system through meditation techniques, we're essentially telling our body and brain that it's safe to let go, safe to relax, safe to surrender to sleep. Throughout this exploration, we're going to dive deep into the world of sleep meditation. We'll examine the science that explains why it works, explore the various techniques you can use to harness its power, and provide you with practical guidance for integrating these practices into your own life. Whether you're someone who struggles with chronic insomnia, someone who occasionally has trouble sleeping during stressful periods, or simply someone who wants to improve the quality of your rest and wake up feeling more refreshed, the practices we'll discuss can make a profound difference. The journey toward better sleep through meditation is not about perfection. It's not about doing everything exactly right or achieving some idealized state of instant, effortless slumber. Instead, it's about learning to work with your own nervous system, developing a compassionate relationship with your own mind and body, and gradually training yourself to access states of deep relaxation that naturally lead to healing sleep. It's a skill, and like any skill, it improves with practice and patience. As we move forward, remember that the simple act of seeking solutions, of learning about these practices, and being willing to try them, is already a powerful step toward better sleep. you're acknowledging that change is possible, that you don't have to accept sleeplessness as an unchangeable fact of your life. This willingness to engage, this openness to new approaches, is the foundation upon which lasting improvements are built. So let's begin this journey together, exploring how the ancient wisdom of meditation combined with modern scientific understanding can help you reclaim the restful, rejuvenating sleep that is your birthright as a human being. Understanding the science of sleep. To truly appreciate how meditation can heal our sleep, we first need to understand what sleep actually is and how our bodies regulate it. Sleep is far more complex and sophisticated than simply closing our eyes and becoming unconscious for several hours. It's an active, dynamic process involving intricate neurological and physiological changes that cycle through distinct stages multiple times each night. When we sleep, our brains move through approximately 90-minute cycles, each containing different stages that serve unique purposes. The initial stage is light sleep, a transitional state where you can be easily awakened and your body begins to relax. From there, you descend into deeper sleep stages where your heart rate slows, your blood pressure drops, and your muscles relax even further. This deep sleep stage is when your body performs much of its physical repair work, releasing growth hormone to rebuild tissues, consolidating memories, and clearing metabolic waste from the brain. Then comes REM sleep, named for the rapid eye movements that characterize this stage. During REM sleep, your brain becomes highly active, processing emotions and experiences from the day, forming new neural connections, and essentially organizing and filing away information. This is when most vivid dreaming occurs. Throughout the night, you cycle between these stages, typically getting more deep sleep in the first half of the night and more REM sleep in the second half. This elegant dance of sleep stages is orchestrated by two primary systems in your body. The first is your circadian rhythm, your internal biological clock that runs on roughly a 24-hour cycle and responds to environmental cues like light and darkness. The second is your sleep-wake homeostasis, which basically tracks how long you've been awake and builds up sleep pressure the longer you stay conscious. When these two systems align properly, you feel sleepy at night and alert during the day. But modern life has found countless ways to disrupt both systems. The nervous system plays a central role in determining whether we can access sleep or remain locked in wakefulness. Our autonomic nervous system has two main branches that work in opposition to each other. The sympathetic nervous system is responsible for the fight or flight response. It's what kicks in when we perceive danger or threat, flooding our body with stress hormones, increasing our heart rate and blood pressure, sharpening our senses, and generally preparing us for action. This is an essential survival mechanism that has kept humans alive for hundreds of thousands of years. The problem is that in our modern world, this system gets activated not just by life-threatening dangers, but by work deadlines, financial worries, relationship conflicts, traffic jams, and endless other stressors that don't actually require us to fight or flee, but nonetheless trigger the same physiological response. When the sympathetic nervous system is activated, sleep becomes biologically difficult, if not impossible. Your body is literally being told that there's danger present, and this is not the time to rest. The parasympathetic nervous system, by contrast, is responsible for the rest and digest response. When this system is dominant, your heart rate slows, your breathing deepens and becomes more regular. Your blood pressure decreases, and your body shifts into a state conducive to rest, repair, and rejuvenation. This is the state we need to be in to fall asleep naturally. The challenge many of us face is that chronic stress keeps our sympathetic nervous system in a state of constant low-level activation, making it very difficult for the parasympathetic system to take over. Stress hormones, particularly cortisol, play a crucial role in this dynamic. Cortisol is often called the stress hormone because it's released by your adrenal glands in response to stress. In healthy circumstances, cortisol follows a natural daily rhythm, being highest in the morning to help you wake up and gradually declining throughout the day, reaching its lowest point at night to allow for sleep. This rhythm gets disrupted by chronic stress. When you're under constant pressure, Your cortisol levels can remain elevated well into the evening and night, effectively telling your body to stay alert when you should be winding down. Research has demonstrated clear connections between elevated cortisol and sleep problems. Studies have found that people with insomnia often have higher cortisol levels, particularly in the evening and nighttime hours. This creates a biological barrier to sleep. Your body is receiving chemical signals that contradict the need for rest. It's like trying to sleep while someone is constantly tapping you on the shoulder and saying there's something you need to pay attention to. The signal is biochemical rather than physical, but the effect is the same. You can't relax enough to fall asleep. The relationship between daytime stress and nighttime rest forms a feedback loop that can be either virtuous or vicious. When you're well rested, you're better able to handle stress during the day. Your emotional regulation is stronger. Your cognitive function is sharper, and your resilience is greater. This means you're less likely to perceive situations as threatening and less likely to trigger strong stress responses. When you sleep poorly, however, everything becomes harder. Your capacity to cope with challenges diminishes. Things that wouldn't normally bother you become major stressors. Your irritability increases. Your decision-making suffers. And all of this creates more stress, which then makes it even harder to sleep the following night. Understanding these mechanisms reveals why conventional advice, like just relax or stop thinking about it, is so spectacularly unhelpful for people struggling with sleep. You cannot simply will your nervous system into a different state through conscious decision making alone. The sympathetic and parasympathetic systems operate largely below the level of conscious control. However, and this is crucial, there are specific practices that can influence these systems indirectly. This is where meditation comes in. Meditation works with the body's natural regulatory systems rather than trying to override them. Through specific techniques involving attention, breath, and body awareness, meditation can help shift the balance from sympathetic to parasympathetic dominance. It can lower cortisol levels, reduce heart rate and blood pressure, and create the physiological conditions in which sleep becomes not just possible, but natural. natural and inevitable, rather than fighting against your biology. You're learning to work with it, using time-tested methods to access your body's innate capacity for deep relaxation and restorative rest. The science also reveals another important truth. The effects of meditation on sleep aren't just immediate and temporary. Regular meditation practice actually changes your brain and nervous system over time, making it easier and easier to access relaxed states. Neuroimaging studies have shown that consistent meditators develop increased activity and gray matter density in brain regions associated with emotional regulation, attention control, and body awareness. They show decreased activity in the default mode network, the part of the brain associated with mind wandering and rumination. In essence, meditation doesn't just help you sleep better on the nights you practice it. It gradually rewires your nervous system to be less reactive to stress and more capable of relaxation in general. This understanding of the science behind sleep and stress helps us appreciate why sleep meditation is not a placebo or wishful thinking, but a legitimate intervention supported by research and grounded in how our bodies actually function. When we engage in sleep meditation, we're not just trying to trick ourselves into feeling sleepy. We're actively engaging biological systems that regulate arousal and relaxation, working with the same mechanisms that evolution has built into every human nervous system. We're using conscious practices to influence unconscious processes, creating the conditions in which our body can do what it naturally knows how to do: rest, recover, and rejuvenate through deep, healing sleep. What is sleep meditation? Sleep meditation represents a specific application of mindfulness and meditation practices designed explicitly to facilitate the transition from waking consciousness to sleep. While meditation has been practiced for thousands of years in various contemplative traditions around the world, sleep meditation as a distinct category has emerged more recently as practitioners and researchers have recognized that the goals of meditation can be adapted to serve different purposes. Traditional meditation often emphasizes alertness clarity of awareness. Sleep meditation, by contrast, intentionally guides practitioners toward a state of deep relaxation that naturally leads to sleep. At its core, sleep meditation is a practice of gentle, sustained attention combined with systematic relaxation of the body and mind. It typically involves lying down in a comfortable position, often in bed, and following a series of instructions or techniques designed to progressively deepen relaxation. Unlike seated meditation practices, where maintaining alertness is important, in sleep meditation, falling asleep is actually the desired outcome. The practice bridges the gap between waking and sleeping, creating a pathway that the mind and body can follow into rest. The historical roots of sleep-related meditation practices can be found in various contemplative traditions. Buddhist meditation includes practices like yoga nidra, sometimes called yogic sleep, which involves a state of consciousness between waking and sleeping. Tantric traditions have long included practices designed to maintain awareness during the transition into sleep, and even during dreaming itself. In various shamanic and indigenous traditions around the world, altered states of consciousness accessed through meditation-like practices have been used for healing and rest. What modern sleep meditation has done is distill and adapt these ancient techniques into forms that are accessible to anyone, regardless of religious or spiritual background, focusing specifically on their capacity to improve sleep quality. Modern sleep meditation differs from traditional seated meditation in several key ways. First, as mentioned, the posture is typically lying down rather than sitting upright, removing the physical effort of maintaining an alert posture. Second, the intention is explicitly to let go and drift into sleep, rather than to maintain clear, wakeful awareness. Third, sleep meditation practices often incorporate elements specifically designed to engage the body's relaxation response, such as progressive muscle relaxation, body scanning, and guided visualization of peaceful scenes. Fourth, the practice is usually done at the end of the day as preparation for sleep, rather than as a standalone activity at other times. The bridge between waking consciousness and sleep is perhaps the most fascinating aspect of sleep meditation. During this transition, your brain waves shift from the beta waves characteristic of normal waking consciousness through alpha waves associated with relaxed alertness into the theta waves of deep relaxation and light sleep, and eventually to the delta waves of deep sleep. Sleep meditation essentially provides a conscious pathway through these transitions, using attention and intention to guide the natural progression, rather than simply waiting for sleep to eventually overcome wakefulness. Think of it this way. For most people, the transition to sleep happens somewhat haphazardly. You lie down, maybe read or look at your phone for a while, turn off the lights, and then wait for sleep to arrive. Sometimes it does quickly. Sometimes it doesn't come for hours, and there's little sense of agency or control in the process. Sleep meditation transforms this into an active process where you're guiding yourself systematically into deeper and deeper relaxation. You're not passively waiting for sleep to happen to you. You're creating the conditions and following a path that leads naturally to sleep. The practice works with attention in a very specific way. In waking life, our attention tends to be externally focused, jumping rapidly from one thing to another, driven by external stimuli and internal mental chatter. Sleep meditation gradually turns attention inward, focusing it on internal sensations like breath, bodily feelings, and mental imagery. But it does so in a way that is gentle and non-demanding. You're not trying to concentrate intensely, which would increase arousal. Instead, you're allowing attention to rest softly on these internal experiences, following them as they naturally change and evolve. The relationship between sleep meditation and regular daytime mindfulness practices is both similar and different. Both involve paying attention to present moment experience with a quality of openness and non-judgment. Both work to reduce the mental rumination and worry that creates stress. Both engage the parasympathetic nervous system and promote relaxation. However, daytime mindfulness often includes an element of investigation and clarity, examining the nature of thoughts and experiences with curiosity. Sleep meditation, by contrast, is more about letting go, allowing experiences to fade, and welcoming the dissolution of clear awareness into sleep. Various forms of sleep meditation have developed to serve different preferences and needs. Guided sleep meditations involve listening to recorded instructions that talk you through the process, providing verbal cues for relaxation and visualization. These are particularly helpful for beginners who might otherwise not know what to do, or whose minds might wander without external guidance. Unguided sleep meditation relies on self-directed practice, where you follow techniques you've learned without external instruction. Body scan meditations systematically move attention through different parts of the body, releasing tension as you go. Breathing focused meditations use breath as an anchor for attention, while employing specific breathing techniques to activate relaxation. Visualization meditations use guided imagery to create peaceful mental scenes that occupy the mind and promote calm. The effectiveness of sleep meditation doesn't require belief in any particular philosophy or worldview. It works through natural biological mechanisms that exist in every human nervous system. Whether you approach it as a purely secular relaxation technique or as part of a broader spiritual practice makes no difference to its effectiveness. What matters is the willingness to engage with the practice, to learn the techniques, and to apply them consistently. The beauty of sleep meditation is that it meets you where you are. If you fall asleep quickly, that's perfect. If you remain awake through most of the practice, that's also fine, because you're still benefiting from deep relaxation. There's no way to do it wrong as long as you're making a genuine effort to follow the techniques and allow relaxation to unfold. One of the most appealing aspects of sleep meditation is its accessibility. You don't need any special equipment. You don't need to travel anywhere or join any group. You don't need to spend money on expensive courses or certification programs. All you need is a comfortable place to lie down and the willingness to dedicate some time to the practice. While guided recordings can be helpful, especially when you're learning, even these are often available for free through various apps and websites. The barriers to entry are minimal, making this a truly democratic tool for better sleep that's available to anyone regardless of their circumstances. The practice also has the advantage of being something you do for yourself, by yourself, on your own schedule. In a world where we're constantly dependent on external resources, products, and services, sleep meditation puts the power back in your own hands. You're learning skills and techniques that become part of your own repertoire that you can use anytime, anywhere, for the rest of your life. Once you know how to guide yourself into deep relaxation, that knowledge and ability can never be taken away from you. It's a form of self-sufficiency that becomes increasingly valuable as you realize you have the tools to address sleep problems without necessarily requiring intervention from healthcare providers or dependence on sleep medications. Sleep meditation also respects the inherent wisdom of your own body. It's not imposing some external solution or trying to force your system to behave in ways contrary to its nature. Instead, it's helping you access and enhance your body's natural capacity for rest and recovery. Every human being is designed to sleep. Every nervous system has the built-in ability to shift from arousal to relaxation, from wakefulness to rest. Sleep meditation simply provides conscious techniques to facilitate what your body already knows how to do, removing the obstacles and creating the optimal conditions for your innate sleep capacity to express itself naturally. The scientific evidence behind sleep meditation. The scientific community has devoted substantial research effort to understanding whether and how meditation practices affect sleep quality. What has emerged from this body of research is compelling evidence that meditation, particularly mindfulness-based practices, can significantly improve sleep for many people. Let's explore what the research actually tells us, being careful to distinguish between well-supported findings and areas where evidence remains preliminary or mixed. One of the most significant studies in this field was published in JAMA Internal Medicine in 2015. Researchers at UCLA studied 49 middle-aged and older adults who who had moderate sleep disturbances. Half of the participants completed a mindfulness awareness program that taught them meditation and exercises designed to focus on moment by moment experiences, thoughts, and emotions. The other half completed a sleep education class that taught ways to improve sleep habits. Both groups met weekly for 6 two-hour sessions. The results were striking. Compared with those in the sleep education group, participants in the mindfulness meditation group showed significant improvements in insomnia, fatigue, and depression at the end of the 6-week program. This wasn't just about subjective feelings either. The improvements were measured using validated sleep quality assessments. What makes this study particularly important is that it compared meditation not against doing nothing, but against sleep education, which represents current standard care recommendations for insomnia. The fact that meditation outperformed sleep hygiene education suggests it's offering something unique and valuable beyond simply knowing what behaviors support good sleep. It's actually changing how the nervous system responds and functions in ways that directly facilitate better rest. Subsequent research has built on these findings with increasing sophistication. A comprehensive, systematic review and meta-analysis published in the journal Mindfulness examined 18 randomized controlled trials involving over 1,600 participants. The researchers found moderate strength evidence that mindfulness meditation interventions significantly improved sleep quality compared to nonspecific active controls at both immediate post-intervention and at follow-up assessments months later. The effect sizes, while not enormous, were clinically meaningful, suggesting that real improvements in sleep quality were being achieved. The research on cortisol provides particularly fascinating insights into the mechanisms by which meditation improves sleep. Multiple studies have documented that meditation practice leads to reductions in cortisol levels. A study published in the journal Health Psychology examined the relationship between mindfulness and cortisol in participants who underwent a 3-month intensive meditation retreat. The researchers found that among individuals, higher scores for mindfulness were associated with lower resting cortisol levels both before and after the retreat. Those whose mindfulness scores increased during the retreat showed corresponding decreases in cortisol. The correlation was clear. As people became more mindful, their stress hormone levels dropped. Another study specifically examined the effects of an 8-week mindfulness-based stress reduction program on novice meditators. Morning cortisol levels decreased after completing the program, and these reductions were accompanied by significant improvements in both sleep quality and self-reported mindfulness. The consistency of these findings across multiple studies using different methodologies strengthens confidence that meditation genuinely does affect cortisol regulation in ways that support better sleep. The physiological changes extend beyond cortisol. A meta-analysis of 45 studies examining meditation's effects on biological markers of stress found that meditation reduced not just cortisol, but also blood pressure, heart rate, and inflammatory markers like C-reactive protein. All of these physiological changes align with activation of the parasympathetic nervous system and reduction in chronic sympathetic activation. In other words, meditation is literally changing the balance in your autonomic nervous system in ways that create better conditions for sleep. Research has also examined how quickly these benefits begin to appear. A fascinating study from the Netherlands looked at workers who received basic training in mindfulness meditation and practiced for just 10 minutes per day before and after work for 2 weeks. Even with this relatively minimal practice, participants showed steady improvements in sleep quality and sleep duration over the 2-week period. This suggests you don't need to become an advanced meditator or practice for hours each day to see benefits. Even brief, consistent practice can begin to shift sleep quality in positive directions. The duration and consistency of practice does appear to matter for sustaining benefits. However, studies that have followed participants over longer periods find that improvements tend to persist and even increase with continued practice, while benefits may fade when practice stops. This makes sense given what we know about neuroplasticity. The brain changes in response to repeated experiences, so regular meditation practice creates lasting changes in neural circuitry related to attention, emotion regulation, and stress reactivity. But like any learned skill, if you stop practicing, the effects gradually diminish. Interestingly, research has also begun to distinguish between different types of meditation and their relative effects on sleep. Focused attention meditations, where you concentrate on a specific object like your breath, appear particularly effective at reducing cortisol. Open monitoring meditations, where you maintain broad awareness of whatever arises in experience, seem especially good at reducing heart rate. Both approaches show benefits for sleep, suggesting there are multiple pathways by which meditation can support better rest. One area where the evidence remains more limited is in understanding exactly which components of meditation practices are most essential for sleep benefits. Is it the body scanning, the breath focus, the cultivation of non-judgmental awareness, the systematic relaxation? Most likely, it's the combination of these elements working together synergistically. Some research has attempted to isolate individual components with mixed results. For instance, one systematic review found that body scan meditation practiced in isolation showed only small effects on health outcomes compared to more comprehensive mindfulness programs. This suggests that while body scanning is valuable, it may work best as part of a broader meditation approach rather than as the sole technique. It's also important to acknowledge limitations in the current research. Many studies have relatively small sample sizes, which limits the strength of conclusions that can be drawn. There's considerable variability in how meditation interventions are delivered, how long they last, and how practice is measured, making direct comparisons between studies challenging. Most research has focused on adults, with less evidence available for children, adolescents, or very elderly populations. And while the evidence for meditation helping with general sleep problems is reasonably strong, evidence for its effectiveness with specific sleep disorders like sleep apnea or restless leg syndrome is more limited. Despite these limitations, the overall pattern of findings is encouraging and consistent. Multiple high-quality studies using different research designs and different populations have found that meditation practices designed to promote relaxation can improve sleep quality, reduce sleep-related impairment during the day, and lower stress hormones that interfere with rest. The biological mechanisms make sense and align with our understanding of how stress and the autonomic nervous system affect sleep. The subjective reports of practitioners who describe better, deeper, more refreshing sleep align with objective measures showing improvements in sleep architecture and reductions in time to fall asleep. Perhaps most compellingly, meditation has shown benefits comparable to other interventions considered standard of care for insomnia, including sleep hygiene education, and in some cases, even cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia, while having essentially no side effects and being accessible to virtually anyone. This combination of evidence for effectiveness, clear mechanisms of action, safety, and accessibility makes meditation a particularly attractive option for addressing sleep problems. The research also reveals something important about expectations and timeline. The benefits of meditation for sleep typically don't appear overnight. While some people do experience immediate improvements, for most practitioners, the changes unfold gradually over days and weeks of consistent practice. This is actually a feature rather than a bug, because it reflects genuine changes in nervous system function rather than a temporary placebo effect. The improvements that develop through regular practice tend to be more stable and lasting than quick fixes that might provide immediate but short-lived relief. Current research continues to refine our understanding, with new studies examining questions like optimal practice duration, the role of individual differences in determining who benefits most, the potential for meditation to reduce or replace sleep medication, and the comparative effectiveness of different types of meditation programs. As this research base continues to grow, our ability to provide evidence-based recommendations for using meditation to improve sleep will only strengthen. What's already clear is that meditation is not some fringe practice with questionable benefits, but a legitimate, scientifically supported intervention that can meaningfully improve sleep quality for many people struggling with restlessness and insomnia. The body scan technique. Among the various meditation techniques used to promote sleep, the body scan holds a special place as one of the most fundamental and effective practices. Developed and popularized by Jon Kabat-Zinn as a core component of mindfulness-based stress reduction programs in the late 1970s, the body scan has since become a cornerstone practice, not just for stress reduction, but specifically for sleep improvement. To understand why it's so powerful for facilitating rest, we need to explore both what it is and how it works at a physiological level. A body scan meditation involves systematically moving your attention through different regions of your body, typically starting at either your head or your feet, and progressing through each body part in sequence. As you bring awareness to each area, you notice whatever sensations are present, whether that's warmth, coolness, tingling, tightness, relaxation, or simply the feeling of that body part resting against the surface beneath you. The key is to observe these sensations with curiosity and without judgment, not trying to change or fix anything, simply noticing what's there. The practice might sound almost too simple to be effective, but its power lies in several interconnected mechanisms. First, by systematically directing attention through the body, you're giving your mind something to focus on besides the usual stream of thoughts, worries, and mental planning that typically keeps us awake. This isn't forced concentration that would increase arousal. Rather, it's a gentle, sustained focus that naturally occupies attention, crowding out the rumination and mental chatter that interferes with sleep. Second, the body scan leverages a powerful principle of the nervous system. You cannot be fully relaxed and anxious at the same time. These are fundamentally incompatible states, because they involve activation of different parts of the autonomic nervous system. By bringing careful, accepting attention to your body, you're helping shift from sympathetic to parasympathetic dominance. The very act of noticing physical sensations without reacting to them sends signals to your nervous system that there's no threat present, nothing you need to fight or flee from, and therefore it's safe to relax. Third, many people carry chronic muscle tension without even realizing it. We clench our jaws, tighten our shoulders, tense our stomachs, all in response to stress, and all day long. This tension becomes so habitual that it falls below conscious awareness. It's just our normal state. The problem is that this chronic tension is itself a stressor on the system, sending constant signals to the brain that something requires vigilance. The body scan brings conscious awareness to areas of tension, and simply noticing tension often allows it to begin releasing without any effort to force relaxation. It's as if your muscles were waiting to be noticed so they could finally let go. The physiological changes that occur during a body scan meditation are measurable and significant. Research has shown that regular body scan practice activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the branch responsible for rest and recovery. This activation manifests in reduced heart rate, lowered blood pressure, decreased muscle tension, and slower, deeper breathing. Brain imaging studies have revealed that body scan meditation increases activity in regions of the brain associated with interoception, which is your ability to sense internal bodily states. This enhanced body awareness allows for better recognition and regulation of physical tension and stress responses. One of the beautiful aspects of the body scan is that it works regardless of what you discover as you do it. If you notice areas of comfort and relaxation, wonderful. You can appreciate and savor those sensations, allowing them to expand. If you notice areas of tightness, pain, or discomfort, that's also valuable information. Rather than pushing these sensations away or getting frustrated by them, you practice simply acknowledging them with a quality of gentle acceptance. Paradoxically, this acceptance of discomfort often allows it to soften and change. When we resist pain or tension, we tend to create additional tension around it. When we allow it to be there, observed with kindness, it often naturally begins to ease. The technique can be practiced in different ways depending on your needs and preferences. A comprehensive body scan might move slowly through every part of your body from head to toe or toe to head, taking 30 to 45 minutes or even longer. This extended practice provides thorough relaxation and is particularly effective for sleep because by the time you've scanned your entire body, you're typically deeply relaxed and ready for rest. Shorter body scans might focus on major regions like the head and face, torso, arms, and legs, taking just 10 to 15 minutes. These shorter versions can still be quite effective, especially once you're familiar with the practice. When using the body scan specifically for sleep, certain modifications can enhance its effectiveness. First, practice while lying down in your bed in your usual sleeping position. This creates an association between the practice and sleep, and it means you're already exactly where you need to be when sleep arrives. There's no transition needed from a seated meditation posture to lying down for sleep. You're simply allowing the deep relaxation of the practice to carry you directly into rest. Second, use a slower pace than you might in a daytime body scan practice. The goal here isn't to efficiently scan through your body to complete the practice. The goal is to linger, to allow each area plenty of time to relax, to create a gradual deepening of calm that naturally leads to sleep. If you fall asleep before completing the scan, that's perfect. You've succeeded in using the technique to facilitate rest. If you complete the entire scan and you're still awake, you can simply start over or allow your attention to rest wherever feels natural, knowing that you're in a deeply relaxed state conducive to sleep even if you haven't quite crossed the threshold into unconsciousness yet. Third, coordinate breath with the body scan. As you bring attention to each body part, you might imagine breathing into that area on the inhale and breathing out tension or tightness on the exhale. This isn't literally breathing into your elbow or your foot, of course. It's using the imagination to direct the relaxing energy of the breath to different areas. This combination of breath awareness with body awareness creates a powerful synergy that enhances relaxation. Here's a practical guide for how you might actually do a sleep-focused body scan. Begin by lying comfortably in bed, arranging pillows and blankets so you feel supported and warm. Take a few deep breaths, allowing yourself to arrive fully in this moment and this practice. Then bring your attention to the crown of your head. Simply notice whatever sensations are present there. Perhaps there's a feeling of your hair against the pillow, or warmth, or tingling, or maybe just a neutral sense of presence. Stay with this area for several breaths, and with each exhale, imagine any tension in your scalp melting away. Move your attention down to your forehead. Notice the expanse of skin across your forehead. Is it smooth or furrowed, tight or relaxed? Without judgment, simply observe. Breathe into any tightness you find there and feel it softening with each breath. Let your forehead become smooth and open, releasing the accumulated tension from hours of concentration or worry during the day. Bring awareness to your eyes, resting gently beneath closed lids. Notice the tiny muscles around your eyes. These muscles work so hard all day, constantly moving, focusing, scanning, processing visual information. Now they can rest. Feel them releasing their grip, settling deeply into relaxation. The weight of your eyelids becomes heavier and heavier, so heavy that even the thought of opening your eyes feels like too much effort. Move to your jaw, a place where many of us hold tremendous tension without realizing it. Notice if your teeth are clenched or if there's tightness in your jaw muscles. Allow your jaw to go slack, creating a slight space between your upper and lower teeth. Feel your tongue resting softly in your mouth. Notice your lips, neither pressed together tightly nor pulled into an expression, just resting naturally. With each breath, feel your jaw relaxing more deeply, the muscles of your face growing heavy and soft. Bring your attention down to your neck and throat. This area connects your head to your body and often holds both physical and emotional tension. Notice what's present in your neck. Is there tightness, warmth, a sense of openness or constriction? Whatever you find, simply acknowledge it. Imagine breathing into your neck, and with each exhale, visualize the muscles lengthening and releasing, creating more space, more ease, more flow. Move your awareness to your shoulders. So many of us carry the weight of responsibility and stress right here in our shoulders, hiking them up toward our ears without even noticing. Allow your shoulders to drop away from your ears, to settle heavily into the bed beneath you. Feel the weight of your arms pulling your shoulders down. With each exhale, feel your shoulders releasing further, growing heavier, letting go of everything they've been carrying all day. Progress down through your arms, starting with your upper arms, then your elbows, forearms, wrists, hands, and finally each finger. Notice sensations in each area. Feel the weight of your arms sinking into the bed. Perhaps you notice tingling in your fingertips or warmth in your palms. Maybe there's a pulsing sensation as blood flows through your arms. Simply observe without needing to change anything. With each area you visit, feel relaxation deepening. Bring attention to your chest, noticing the gentle rise and fall with each breath. Feel your ribcage expanding on the inhale and settling on the exhale. Notice your heartbeat, that steady rhythm that's been with you since before you were born and will stay with you throughout your life. Feel gratitude for this tireless organ, pumping life, sustaining blood throughout your body. Allow your chest to soften and open, breathing becoming even deeper and more relaxed. Move to your upper back, middle back, and lower back in turn. These areas support you all day, whether you're sitting, standing, or moving. Now they can rest against the bed holding them completely. You don't need to hold yourself up. You can surrender your weight fully to the surface beneath you. Feel your spine lengthening, each vertebra settling, creating space between each disc. Any tightness in your back muscles can soften and release with each breath. Bring awareness to your belly and abdomen. This is where many of us hold stress and emotion. Notice if your belly is tight or soft, held in or relaxed. You don't need to hold your belly in right now. You can let it be completely soft and relaxed. Feel your belly rising with each inhale and falling with each exhale. This gentle movement is soothing, like waves on a peaceful shore. Each breath washing away a little more tension. Progress through your hips, feeling these large, strong joints that carry you through your day. Notice the feeling of your hips resting against the bed. Let them become heavy, solid, completely supported. Move down through your thighs, noticing these powerful muscles that propel you forward. They can be completely relaxed now. No need to move or do anything. Bring attention to your knees, those complex joints that bend and straighten countless times each day. Notice what they feel like right now. Move to your calves and shins, feeling these areas of your legs that perhaps touch the bed or extend out over the mattress. Continue down to your ankles, feet, and each toe. Notice the feeling of your feet. Are they warm or cool? Can you feel the weight of the blankets on them? Allow your feet to completely relax. All the tiny bones and muscles that work so hard to balance and support you can now rest fully. Having scanned through your entire body, take a moment to notice your body as a whole. Feel yourself lying here, completely relaxed from head to toe. Notice the quality of your breathing now compared to when you started. Notice how your mind has quieted. If thoughts arise, that's fine. Let them drift through like clouds across the sky, not engaging with them, just returning your attention to the feeling of your relaxed body whenever you notice you've gotten caught up in thinking. You can repeat this scan as many times as you like, each time allowing relaxation to deepen further. Or you can simply rest in this state of deep calm, knowing that your body and mind are now perfectly prepared for restorative sleep. There's nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to go, nothing you need to figure out right now. You can simply be here, relaxed and peaceful, allowing sleep to come when it's ready. The body scan works not through force or effort, but through gentle, sustained attention and acceptance. It's a practice of befriending your body, listening to it, honoring its needs for rest and relaxation. Over time, with regular practice, you'll likely find that simply beginning the body scan triggers a conditioned relaxation response. Your body begins to know what comes next and starts relaxing even more quickly. What might have taken 30 minutes of scanning initially might accomplish the same depth of relaxation in 10 or 15 minutes after you've practiced regularly for a while. If you have difficulty maintaining attention during the body scan, which is very common, especially when you're first learning, consider using a guided recording. Many apps and websites offer free guided body scan meditations specifically designed for sleep. Having a voice guiding you through each step can help keep your attention on track and prevent mind wandering. Even experienced practitioners often enjoy using guided meditations because they can fully surrender to the process without having to remember what comes next. The body scan also teaches an important broader lesson about working with the mind and body. That awareness and acceptance are themselves powerful agents of change. We often think we need to actively do something to fix problems, to force things to be different than they are. The body scan shows us that sometimes the most effective intervention is simply to bring kind, curious attention to what is, allowing it to be exactly as it is. In that space of acceptance, natural healing and release can occur. This principle extends far beyond sleep meditation into how we relate to all aspects of our experience, but it finds particularly powerful application in learning to sleep well. When we stop fighting against wakefulness and instead bring gentle awareness to our experience moment by moment, sleep becomes not something we chase, but something that naturally arises from deep relaxation. Breathing techniques for deep relaxation. The breath occupies a unique position in human physiology. It's one of the few bodily functions that operates automatically without conscious control, yet can also be consciously regulated. You breathe all day and all night without thinking about it, your brainstem managing the process seamlessly to keep you alive. Yet, unlike your heartbeat or digestion, you can also choose to breathe faster or slower, deeper or shallower. This dual nature, automatic yet controllable, makes breath an incredibly powerful tool for influencing states of consciousness and activating the relaxation response. The connection between breathing and nervous system arousal is direct and profound. When you're stressed or anxious, your breathing pattern changes automatically. It becomes faster, shallower, centered more in the chest than the belly. This is part of the fight or flight response, preparing you to take action. The increased breathing rate gets more oxygen into your system quickly, supporting the increased heart rate and muscle tension that accompany activation of the sympathetic nervous system. beautiful thing is that this relationship works in both directions. Just as stress changes your breathing, changing your breathing can affect your stress level. When you deliberately slow your breath down, breathe more deeply, and shift from chest breathing to diaphragmatic breathing, you send powerful signals to your nervous system that there's no emergency, no threat, and it's safe to relax. This activates the parasympathetic nervous system, triggering the relaxation response. Heart rate slows, blood pressure decreases, muscles relax, and critically for sleep, your mind begins to quiet. The vagus nerve plays a central role in this process. This major nerve runs from your brainstem down through your chest and abdomen, connecting your brain to your heart, lungs, and digestive system. It's the primary pathway of the parasympathetic nervous system. When you breathe slowly and deeply, especially emphasizing long exhalations, you stimulate the vagus nerve, which then sends signals throughout your body to activate the relaxation response. It's a physiological pathway that's built into every human nervous system, waiting to be activated through conscious breathwork. Diaphragmatic breathing, also called belly breathing or abdominal breathing, is the foundation of most relaxation-focused breathing techniques. To understand it, place one hand on your chest and one hand on your belly while lying down. In diaphragmatic breathing, the hand on your belly should rise more than the hand on your chest as you inhale. This indicates that you're using your diaphragm, the large muscle at the base of your lungs, to breathe rather than primarily using your chest muscles. Many people, especially when stressed or anxious, become habitual chest breathers. The breath is shallow and located mostly in the upper chest. This type of breathing is efficient for quick oxygen exchange, but it's also associated with stress and arousal. Diaphragmatic breathing, by contrast, is deeper, slower, and automatically more calming. When you breathe into your belly, you're taking in more oxygen with each breath, which means you can breathe more slowly while still getting all the oxygen you need. This slower breathing rate directly activates the relaxation response. To practice basic diaphragmatic breathing, lie comfortably in bed and place one hand on your belly. As you inhale through your nose, imagine directing the breath down into your belly, feeling your hand rise. Your belly expands like a balloon inflating. Then, as you exhale through your nose or mouth, feel your belly falling, the balloon deflating. The movement is gentle and natural, not forced. Just allow the breath to fill your abdomen on the inhale and empty on the exhale. Practice this for a few minutes, and you'll likely notice a shift toward greater calm and relaxation. The 4-7-8 breathing technique, developed by Dr. Andrew Weil, is specifically designed to promote relaxation and sleep. It's sometimes called the relaxing breath, and it works by extending the exhale significantly longer than the inhale, which strongly activates parasympathetic tone. Here's how it works. Place the tip of your tongue against the ridge of tissue just behind your upper front teeth and keep it there throughout the practice. Exhale completely through your mouth, making a whooshing sound. Close your mouth and inhale quietly through your nose for a mental count of 4. Hold your breath for a count of 7. Then exhale completely through your mouth, making a whooshing sound for a count of 8. This completes 1 cycle. Repeat for 3 more cycles for a total of 4 breaths. The ratio is what matters more than the absolute length of each count. If 4-7-8 feels too long, you can do 2-3-4 or 3-5-6, maintaining approximately the same ratio. The extended hold and especially the long exhale are key to the technique's effectiveness. That long exhale stimulates the vagus nerve and helps clear carbon dioxide from your lungs, which can help ease the feeling of needing to take a quick breath. When you first try 4-7-8 breathing, you might feel slightly lightheaded, which is normal. The technique is quite powerful in its effects on the nervous system. Start with just 4 cycles and practice twice daily. Over time, you can work up to 8 cycles. Many people find this technique incredibly effective for falling asleep. They do 4 to 8 cycles lying in bed and notice significant relaxation, often drifting off before completing all the cycles. Box breathing, also called square breathing, is another powerful technique that can promote relaxation and help with sleep. The name comes from the 4 equal sides of a box or square. Each side represents 1 phase of the breath. Inhale, hold, exhale, hold. Each phase gets the same count. A common pattern is to inhale for a count of 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, and hold for 4. Then repeat. You can adjust the length to what's comfortable for you. Some people prefer a count of 3, others 5 or 6. The key is that all 4 phases are equal in length. Box breathing creates a very regular, steady rhythm that the mind can easily focus on. The equal timing of each phase has a balancing, harmonizing effect on the nervous system. It's less stimulating than some breathing techniques that use different ratios for inhale and exhale, making it particularly suitable for sleep. Navy SEALs actually use box breathing as a way to maintain calm focus in high-stress situations, which speaks to its effectiveness at regulating the nervous system. Counted breathing offers a simpler variation where you simply count your breaths to maintain focus. You might inhale for a count of 3, exhale for a count of 6, maintaining that pattern, or inhale for 4, exhale for 8. The key principle across all these counted techniques is the same. Make your exhale longer than your inhale. This extended exhale is the signal to your nervous system that you're safe and can relax. Some traditions use breath counting itself as a focus technique without regulating the length of breaths. You simply count each exhale from 1 to 10, then start over. Inhale, exhale 1. Inhale, exhale 2. And so on up to 10, then back to 1. If you lose track or notice your mind has wandered, simply return to 1 and start again. This practice works because it gives your mind something very simple to do, occupying the attention that might otherwise be churning through thoughts and worries. The breath becomes an anchor, something to return to again and again. Alternate nostril breathing, a technique from yoga called Nadi Shodhana, can also promote relaxation and balance in the nervous system, though it's a bit more involved than some other techniques and might not be ideal for everyone when already lying down trying to sleep. It involves using your fingers to close one nostril at a time while breathing through the other, alternating back and forth in a specific pattern. Some people find it very calming and balancing. Others find it too distracting or complicated when they're trying to drift off. It's worth exploring when you're first learning breathing techniques during the day. Then you can decide if it's something you want to incorporate into your nighttime routine. Coherent breathing, sometimes called resonance breathing, involves breathing at a rate of about 5 breaths per minute, which works out to roughly 6 seconds per inhale and 6 seconds per exhale. This particular breathing rate has been found to maximize heart rate variability, which is a measure of the variation in time between heartbeats and an indicator of nervous system flexibility and health. Higher heart rate variability is associated with better stress resilience and overall health. By breathing at this resonance frequency, you're optimizing the interaction between your respiratory system and cardiovascular system in ways that promote calm and balance. The practice of simply slowing down your breath without any particular technique or counting can itself be powerfully relaxing. Many people who practice meditation eventually develop their own natural rhythm that feels calming to them. They might not count or follow a specific pattern, but they consciously breathe a bit more slowly and deeply than normal, focusing on smooth, even breaths. The mind follows the rhythm of the breath into quieter, calmer states. One crucial aspect of all these breathing techniques for sleep is that they should never feel forced or create discomfort. If you're straining to hold your breath longer than is comfortable, or if you feel starved for air during long exhales, you're pushing too hard. The breathing should feel relatively easy, perhaps requiring some attention and intention, but not physical strain. If a particular technique feels uncomfortable, try a shorter count or switch to a different technique entirely. The goal is relaxation, not achieving some perfect breathing pattern through sheer effort. It's also worth noting that breathing techniques work best when practiced regularly, not just when you're desperately trying to fall asleep after hours of tossing and turning. Consider practicing diaphragmatic breathing or one of these other techniques during the day when you're not under the pressure of trying to sleep. This allows you to learn the technique when you're more relaxed and alert. Then, when you use it at night for sleep, it's familiar and comfortable. Your body begins to associate these breathing patterns with relaxation, creating a conditioned response that deepens with practice. Some people find it helpful to practice breathing techniques as they're falling asleep, but discover they don't need to continue them all night. The breathing work serves to shift them into a relaxed state. And once they're there, their breath naturally finds its own rhythm and they drift off. Others like to maintain conscious breathing until they actually fall asleep, finding that focusing on breath prevents their mind from wandering into worry or planning. Both approaches are fine. Experiment to discover what works best for you. The breath is always with you, always available as a tool for relaxation and sleep. Unlike medication that you might not have when you need it, unlike special equipment or perfect environmental conditions, your breath is a constant companion. Learning to work with it skillfully, to use it as a pathway into relaxation and rest, gives you a powerful resource that you can access anytime, anywhere. It's a form of agency over your own state of consciousness, a way to work with your nervous system rather than feeling helplessly at its mercy. The techniques are simple, the effects are profound, and the only cost is the time and attention required to practice. Visualization and guided imagery. The human mind possesses an extraordinary capacity for imagination, and this capacity can be deliberately harnessed to promote relaxation and facilitate sleep. Visualization and guided imagery techniques work by engaging the imagination in ways that create mental and emotional states conducive to rest. When you vividly imagine peaceful scenes and experiences, your brain and body respond almost as if those experiences were actually happening, triggering genuine physiological relaxation responses. The neurological basis for this is fascinating. Brain imaging studies have revealed that when you visualize something, many of the same brain regions activate as when you actually experience that thing. If you imagine walking on a beach, areas of your brain associated with the sensation of walking, the feeling of sand beneath your feet, the sight of water, and the sound of waves all light up. Your brain doesn't entirely distinguish between imagined and real experiences, at least not at the level of which neural networks are activated. This has profound implications for using visualization to promote sleep. When you imagine being in a peaceful, safe, comfortable place. Your nervous system responds to that imagined experience. If you visualize lying on a quiet beach with warm sand beneath you and gentle waves lapping at the shore, your body relaxes as if you were actually there. Your heart rate may slow, your breathing may deepen, muscle tension may ease. You're not faking relaxation or tricking yourself. You're creating actual physiological changes through the power of focused imagination. Guided imagery takes visualization a step further by using not just visual imagination, but all 5 senses. Instead of just seeing a beach in your mind's eye, you imagine the feeling of warm sand beneath your body, the sound of waves and seagulls, the smell of salt air and sunscreen, the taste of salt on your lips, and the sight of blue sky and sparkling water. Engaging all the senses creates a more immersive mental experience that more powerfully captures attention and promotes deeper relaxation. The key to effective visualization for sleep is choosing scenes and scenarios that evoke feelings of peace, safety, and comfort. Common examples include natural settings like beaches, forests, meadows, mountain lakes, or floating on calm water. These natural scenes tap into something deeply rooted in human psychology. Throughout our evolution, certain landscapes have been associated with safety, abundance, and well-being. A clearing near water with shelter nearby, for instance, represents an ideal environment in terms of survival needs. Our nervous systems still respond to these archetypal landscapes with a sense of ease and relaxation. A simple beach visualization might go like this. Imagine yourself lying on a beautiful, quiet beach. Feel the warm sand beneath you, supporting your body completely. Notice how the sand has formed to the exact shape of your body, creating perfect, comfortable support. Feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, just the right temperature, not too hot, just pleasantly warm and relaxing. Hear the gentle sound of waves rolling in and out, a rhythmic, soothing sound that seems to sync with your own breathing. Breathe in the fresh, salty sea air. Watch the waves, each one coming in and going out, coming in and going out, an endless rhythm of movement. Notice the color of the water, whether it's deep blue or turquoise or greenish. See the sky above, perhaps a clear blue or filled with soft, slowly moving clouds. Feel a light breeze across your skin, just enough to keep you perfectly comfortable. With each wave that rolls out, feel tension and stress flowing out of your body, washing away. With each wave that comes in, feel peace and relaxation filling you. Continue to rest here on this perfect beach, completely safe, completely relaxed, completely at peace. Forest visualizations work similarly. Imagine yourself lying in a peaceful forest clearing. You're lying on soft, thick moss that cushions your body like the most comfortable mattress. Above you, sunlight filters through the leaves, creating dappled patterns of light and shadow that gently shift in the breeze. Hear the sound of wind rustling through the leaves, a whispering, peaceful sound. Hear birds singing in the distance, their songs adding to the sense of tranquility. Smell the rich scent of earth and growing things, that clean, vital smell of the forest. Feel the slight coolness of the shade, perfectly comfortable, refreshing without being cold. Notice the feeling of complete safety here in this protected clearing, surrounded by tall trees that have stood for decades or centuries. Feel yourself becoming part of this peaceful place, your breathing synchronizing with the gentle rhythm of the forest, your body releasing all tension and merging into the soft support of the moss beneath you. Floating visualizations can be particularly effective because they create a feeling of weightlessness and support. Imagine yourself floating on perfectly calm, warm water. Perhaps it's a peaceful lake or a quiet cove in the ocean, or maybe it's not anywhere specific at all, just perfect, soothing water. Feel the water supporting your entire body. You don't need to make any effort to stay afloat. The water holds you completely. Feel yourself gently bobbing with tiny movements of the water, almost imperceptible, just enough movement to be soothing, like being rocked in a cradle. Notice that you feel perfectly safe. The water is shallow enough that you know you're completely safe, yet deep enough to fully support you. Feel the warmth of the water, exactly the temperature that's most relaxing to your body. Look up at the sky, seeing perhaps stars or clouds, or simply peaceful blue. Hear the gentle lap of water. Let yourself float, supported, safe, relaxing more deeply with each breath. the water holds you, you can completely let go, creating your own visualizations based on places that have personal meaning can be even more powerful. Maybe you have a memory of a special place you visited where you felt particularly peaceful, safe, or happy. It could be a childhood place, a vacation spot, a room in someone's home where you felt loved and comfortable, or simply a beautiful moment in nature. You can return to these places in your imagination, filling in details from memory and perhaps elaborating on them to make them even more peaceful than the original experience. Some people prefer abstract visualizations that don't involve specific scenes. You might imagine being surrounded by a particular color that you find soothing, perhaps a soft blue, or gentle green, or warm gold. Imagine this color as a glowing, healing light that surrounds and permeates your body. Feel it soaking into your skin, flowing through your bloodstream, filling every cell with peaceful, healing energy. With each breath, imagine breathing in this colored light, feeling it spreading throughout your body, dissolving tension and stress, bringing deep relaxation and healing. With each exhale, imagine any darkness or heaviness flowing out of you, leaving only this gentle, peaceful light. Journey visualizations involve imagining yourself moving through a peaceful landscape. You might visualize walking along a forest path, or floating down a gentle river, or ascending steps to a peaceful mountaintop temple. The movement aspect of these visualizations can help occupy the mind and prevent wandering. Your attention follows the journey, and the journey naturally leads deeper into relaxation. The destination is typically some particularly peaceful, safe place where you can rest completely. One effective journey visualization involves counting down stairs. Imagine standing at the top of a beautiful staircase. The stairs are wide and comfortable, perhaps carved from smooth stone or made of polished wood, with a soft carpet runner down the center. There are 10 steps leading down to a beautiful, peaceful place. With each step you descend, you become more and more relaxed, and the peaceful place becomes clearer and clearer. Begin descending now. 10. Taking the first step down, feeling yourself becoming more relaxed already. 9. Another step down, releasing tension with each step. 8. Deeper and deeper into relaxation. 7, almost halfway down now, feeling very calm and peaceful. 6, 5, 4, each step taking you deeper into tranquility. 3, almost there now. You can see the peaceful place below clearly. 2, one more step, almost completely relaxed. 1, arriving at this beautiful, peaceful place, perfectly safe, perfectly calm, ready to rest completely. The peaceful place at the bottom of the stairs can be whatever you imagine it to be. Maybe it's a cozy room with a comfortable bed, or a quiet garden, or a secluded beach, or anywhere else that represents peace and safety to you. The staircase simply provides a structured journey that occupies the mind while deepening relaxation. Guided imagery recordings can be extremely helpful, especially when you're first learning to work with visualization. Having someone's voice guiding you through a peaceful scene allows you to fully immerse yourself in the experience without having to remember what comes next or keep the visualization going through your own effort. You can simply listen and allow the images to form in your mind's eye. Many meditation apps offer sleep-specific guided imagery recordings, often with calming background sounds like rain, ocean waves, or soft music to enhance the experience. The effectiveness of visualization isn't just about the specific images or scenes you choose. It's also about the quality of attention you bring to the practice. The more vividly you can imagine the details, using all your senses, the more fully your mind engages with the visualization, and the more powerfully it affects your nervous system. This doesn't mean you need to see perfect, crystal clear images in your mind. Many people don't have a strong visual imagination, and that's perfectly fine. You can focus more on the felt sense of the experience, the feelings and sensations, rather than trying to create perfect mental pictures. The other crucial element is allowing yourself to really feel the emotions associated with the visualization. If you're imagining a safe, peaceful place, let yourself actually feel that safety and peace. Let it wash over you. Let it settle into your body and mind. The emotions are what drive the physiological changes. When you genuinely feel safe and peaceful, your nervous system responds accordingly. Visualization works best when you approach it with a sense of playfulness and curiosity rather than intense effort. If you're trying really hard to make the perfect visualization happen, that effort itself creates tension that works against relaxation. Instead, approach it lightly. Allow images and sensations to arise without forcing them. If your mind wanders, which it will, gently guide it back to the visualization without self-criticism. The wandering is normal. Just keep gently returning to the peaceful scene you're creating. Over time and with practice, you may find that you develop certain visualizations that work particularly well for you, that you return to again and again. These become like well-worn paths that your mind easily follows into relaxation and sleep. The familiarity itself enhances their effectiveness. Your nervous system begins to associate these particular images and scenes with the state of deep relaxation and sleep that follows them, creating a conditioned response that strengthens each time you practice. Visualization and guided imagery represent one of the most creative and flexible tools in the sleep meditation toolkit. They transform the time you spend trying to fall asleep from a potentially anxious experience of watching the clock and worrying about sleep into an enjoyable journey through peaceful inner landscapes. They occupy your attention with beauty and calm rather than with worries and plans. They work with the natural capacity of your imagination to affect your physical and emotional state, and they remind you that your mind, which can so easily create stress and anxiety through worry and rumination, can also be a source of peace, comfort, and healing when directed consciously toward relaxation and rest. Progressive muscle relaxation. Progressive muscle relaxation is a technique developed by physician Edmund Jacobson in the early 20th century, based on his observation that mental stress manifests as physical muscle tension. He theorized that by systematically tensing and then releasing different muscle groups, people could achieve deep physical relaxation, which would in turn reduce mental tension and anxiety. Research over the past century has validated this approach, showing that progressive muscle relaxation can effectively reduce stress, anxiety, and sleep problems. The practice works on a simple but powerful principle. You cannot be deeply physically relaxed and anxious at the same time. Physical relaxation and anxiety are incompatible states. When your muscles are genuinely relaxed, your nervous system interprets this as a signal that everything is safe, and there's no need for stress arousal. Conversely, when your muscles are tense, your brain receives signals that there may be something to worry about or defend against. By systematically creating deep muscle relaxation, you're essentially telling your nervous system that it's safe to let down its guard and rest. Many people carry chronic muscle tension without fully realizing it. Tension patterns develop over time in response to stress, poor posture, repetitive movements, and even emotional states. You might habitually clench your jaw when concentrating, raise your shoulders when stressed, or tighten your stomach muscles when anxious. These patterns become so habitual that they fall below conscious awareness. You're no longer aware that your shoulders are up around your ears or that your fists are clenched. This chronic tension not only contributes to physical problems like headaches and back pain, but it also maintains a constant low-level stress signal to your nervous system that makes deep relaxation and quality sleep difficult. Progressive muscle relaxation brings conscious awareness to these patterns of tension and provides a systematic method for releasing them. The practice involves moving through different muscle groups in your body, typically starting at either your feet or your head, and working through the body systematically. For each muscle group, you first deliberately tense the muscles strongly, but not painfully, holding that tension for about 5 seconds. Then you release the tension all at once and focus on the feeling of relaxation for 10 to 20 seconds before moving to the next muscle group. The deliberate tensing might seem counterintuitive. If the goal is relaxation, why create more tension? The reason is that the contrast between tension and relaxation makes the relaxation more noticeable and more complete. When you release muscles that you've just tensed, they tend to relax more deeply than they were before you tensed them. Tension also helps you develop awareness of what tension actually feels like in different parts of your body, which makes it easier to recognize and release tension when it arises in daily life. Another benefit of the tensing phase is that it gives your mind something active to do. If you're simply trying to relax without any specific technique, your mind may wander into worry or planning. But when you're following the structured process of tensing and releasing different muscle groups, your attention has a clear focus. This helps prevent mind wandering and creates a meditative quality to the practice. Here's how to practice progressive muscle relaxation for sleep. Lie comfortably in bed in your usual sleeping position. Take a few deep breaths to settle into the practice. Then begin with your feet. Curl your toes tightly, tensing all the muscles in both feet, squeezing as if you're trying to make fists with your feet. Hold this tension for about 5 seconds, noticing what it feels like. Then release all at once, letting your feet go completely limp and relaxed. Notice the wave of relaxation flowing through your feet, the contrast between how they felt when tensed and how they feel now. Spend 10 to 20 seconds simply appreciating this relaxation before moving on. Next, move to your calves. Point your toes toward your shins, tensing the muscles in your calves. Hold for 5 seconds, feeling the tightness, then release completely. Feel your calves softening, relaxing, growing heavy against the bed. Notice any sensations like warmth, tingling, or simply the absence of tension. Progress to your thighs by tightening all the muscles in your upper legs, making your legs stiff and straight. Hold, then release, feeling your thighs sinking into the mattress, all the large muscles letting go completely. Move to your buttocks, squeezing the muscles there tightly, then releasing. Feel your lower body growing heavier and more relaxed with each muscle group you work through. Tighten your abdomen by pulling your belly in toward your spine, or by tightening the muscles as if preparing for someone to punch you in the stomach. Not so hard that it's uncomfortable, just enough to feel definite tension. Hold, then release, feeling your belly softening, your breathing deepening naturally as your abdominal muscles let go. Move to your chest and upper back by taking a deep breath in and holding it while squeezing your shoulder blades together. Hold for 5 seconds, then exhale and release everything. Feel your chest and back relaxing, your ribcage settling. Then move to your shoulders themselves by raising them up toward your ears, scrunching them up as high as they'll go. This is where many people hold tremendous tension. Hold this exaggerated position, then drop your shoulders suddenly, feeling them falling away from your ears, settling heavily into the bed. For your arms, make tight fists and flex your biceps simultaneously, tensing your entire arms from shoulders to fingertips. Hold that strong tension, then let everything go at once. Feel your arms becoming loose and limp like cooked spaghetti, so relaxed that they feel like they're melting into the bed. Move to your neck by bringing your chin toward your chest or by tilting your head back slightly, creating tension in your neck muscles. Hold briefly, then return to a neutral position and feel the muscles relaxing. For your face, there are several muscles you can work with. Scrunch up your entire face, squeezing your eyes shut tightly, wrinkling your nose, pursing your lips, as if you've just tasted something terribly sour. Hold this intense facial tension, then release everything, feeling your whole face smoothing out, softening, becoming peaceful and still. Finally, for your jaw, clench your teeth together firmly, feeling the strong muscles in your jaw engaging. Then let your jaw drop open slightly, creating space between your upper and lower teeth, feeling all the jaw muscles going completely slack and loose. Having worked through your entire body, take a moment to notice how you feel overall. Scan through your body mentally, checking if any areas still feel tense. If you find tension remaining anywhere, you can repeat the tense release cycle for that area specifically. Otherwise, simply rest in this state of deep physical relaxation, enjoying the heavy, comfortable feeling throughout your body. The traditional progressive muscle relaxation practice involves the tensing phase, but there's also a variation called passive progressive muscle relaxation, where you simply bring awareness to each muscle group and consciously release tension without first creating more tension. This can be particularly useful if you're already in bed trying to sleep and the active tensing feels too energizing or disruptive. In passive progressive muscle relaxation, you move through the same sequence of muscle groups, but instead of tensing and releasing, you simply focus on each area and invite it to soften and let go. Much like in the body scan technique we discussed earlier. Some people find that combining progressive muscle relaxation with breathing enhances the effectiveness. You might tense each muscle group on an inhale and release on an exhale, using the breath as a signal for tension and release. Or you might tense on an exhale and release on an inhale. Experiment to see what feels most natural and effective for you. It's important not to tense so hard that you cause pain or cramping. The tension should be strong enough to clearly feel it, but not so strong that it's uncomfortable. If you have any injuries or chronic pain conditions, be cautious about tensing those areas. You can either skip those muscle groups, use very gentle tension, or use the passive variation for those specific areas while using active tensing for the rest of your body. One of the benefits of regular progressive muscle relaxation practice is that over time, you develop increased awareness of your tension patterns. You begin to notice during your daily life when certain muscles are tense. Maybe you catch yourself clenching your jaw during a difficult conversation, or raising your shoulders while working at your computer. This awareness is the first step toward changing these patterns. Once you notice tension, you can consciously release it, using the skills you've developed through your practice. Research on progressive muscle relaxation has found it effective for reducing anxiety, lowering blood pressure, decreasing chronic pain, and improving sleep quality. A meta-analysis of studies examining progressive muscle relaxation for sleep problems found that it significantly reduced sleep onset latency, meaning people fell asleep faster after practicing the technique. It also improved overall sleep quality and reduced nighttime awakenings. The effects were most pronounced in people who practiced regularly rather than only occasionally. The technique is particularly effective when combined with other relaxation practices. You might do a few minutes of breathing exercises, then progressive muscle relaxation, then finish with a visualization, creating a comprehensive relaxation routine that addresses multiple aspects of the stress response. Or you might do progressive muscle relaxation as your primary evening practice and use breathing techniques if you wake during the night. Progressive muscle relaxation also teaches a broader lesson about agency and control. When you first start practicing, you might be surprised to discover how much physical tension you're carrying unconsciously. But as you practice releasing it systematically, you realize that you have more control over your physical state than you might have thought. You're not helplessly at the mercy of stress and tension. You have tools, techniques, and skills that allow you to actively cultivate relaxation. This sense of agency itself can reduce anxiety about sleep, creating a positive cycle where you feel more confident in your ability to relax and fall asleep. The practice doesn't require any special equipment or conditions. You can do it lying in bed, sitting in a chair, or even in modified form while standing. You can practice in silence or with soft background music. You can use a guided recording or lead yourself through it mentally. This flexibility makes it accessible and practical for virtually anyone to incorporate into their routine. Like all the techniques we've discussed, progressive muscle relaxation becomes more effective with regular practice. The first time you try it, you might notice some relaxation, but perhaps not the dramatic shift you hoped for. That's normal. Your nervous system is learning a new pattern, developing new pathways between conscious intention and physical relaxation. With each practice session, these pathways strengthen. The process becomes more familiar, easier, more effective. Many people find that after practicing regularly for several weeks, they can achieve deep relaxation in just a few minutes, whereas initially it might have taken 20 or 30 minutes of systematic work through all the muscle groups. The ultimate goal is not to become dependent on the technique, but to develop such refined awareness and control of your muscle tension that you can release it spontaneously throughout the day and easily as you're preparing for sleep. Progressive muscle relaxation is a training method, teaching your body and mind a skill that eventually becomes more automatic. You're learning the language of your own muscle tension and how to consciously create the physical state of relaxation that invites restful sleep, creating the perfect sleep environment. While meditation techniques provide powerful tools for promoting sleep, they work best when practiced within an environment optimized for rest. The space where you sleep sends constant signals to your nervous system, either supporting relaxation and sleep or undermining it. Creating an environment that consistently supports sleep is one of the most important, yet often overlooked aspects of improving sleep quality. This isn't about achieving some perfect, magazine-worthy bedroom, but about making thoughtful adjustments to key environmental factors that affect how easily you can relax and sleep. Light is perhaps the most powerful environmental factor affecting sleep because of its direct influence on circadian rhythms. Your brain contains a master biological clock located in the suprachiasmatic nucleus, a tiny region of the hypothalamus. This clock is primarily synchronized by light exposure, particularly the blue wavelengths abundant in daylight, and unfortunately, in the screens of our electronic devices. When light hits your eyes, it sends signals to this brain region that it's daytime, suppressing the production of melatonin, the hormone that helps promote sleep. In the evening and night, you want to minimize light exposure, especially blue light, to allow melatonin production to rise naturally. This means dimming lights in your home in the hours before bed, using warm colored bulbs rather than bright white or blue tinted lights, and reducing screen time before sleep. If you must use devices in the evening, enable blue light filters that shift the screen color toward warmer orange and red tones, which have less impact on melatonin. Ideally, stop looking at screens at least an hour before bed, using that time instead for relaxing activities like reading physical books, gentle stretching, or meditation practice. Your bedroom itself should be as dark as possible during sleep hours. Even small amounts of light can affect sleep quality. Consider using blackout curtains or shades to block outside light from street lamps or early morning sun. Cover or remove any devices with glowing lights, like digital clocks, chargers, or electronics. If complete darkness isn't achievable, a comfortable sleep mask can provide a dark environment for your eyes, regardless of the light in the room. Temperature plays a crucial role in sleep quality that many people underestimate. Your core body temperature naturally drops as you prepare for sleep, and stays lower throughout the night. This temperature drop is actually one of the signals that helps initiate and maintain sleep. When your environment is too warm, it interferes with this natural temperature regulation, making it harder to fall asleep and stay asleep. Research suggests that the optimal bedroom temperature for most people is between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit, though individual preferences vary. Many people sleep better at the cooler end of this range. If you tend to feel cold at lower temperatures, the solution isn't necessarily to warm the entire room, but to use appropriate bedding. Your extremities, your hands and feet, should stay warm while your core temperature drops. Wearing socks to bed or using extra blankets can keep you comfortable without overheating the room. The key is finding the right balance where you feel comfortable, but your body can achieve the slight cooling it needs for optimal sleep. Sound in your environment can either disrupt sleep or support it, depending on the type of sound and your personal sensitivity. Sudden, unexpected noises are particularly disruptive because they trigger alertness in the nervous system. A car alarm, a dog barking, a partner snoring, a loud neighbor. These can all fragment sleep, even if they don't fully wake you. Consistent background noise, on the other hand, can actually help sleep for many people by masking disruptive sounds and providing a soothing auditory environment. White noise machines produce a consistent sound across all audible frequencies, creating a blanket of sound that can mask other noises. Some people find white noise harsh or irritating, preferring instead other types of noise like pink noise, which emphasizes lower frequencies, or brown noise, which emphasizes them even more. Nature sounds like rain, ocean waves, or gentle wind can provide soothing background sound without the electronic quality of manufactured noise. Fans serve a dual purpose, providing both cooling and consistent background sound. If you're sensitive to noise, but your sleeping environment has unavoidable sound, earplugs can be highly effective. Modern earplugs designed for sleep are much more comfortable than older styles, made from soft foam or silicone that molds to your ear. They don't block all sound, which is good because you still want to be able to hear important sounds like alarms or someone calling for help. But they significantly reduce the volume of ambient noise. The comfort of your mattress, pillows, and bedding directly affects your physical ability to relax during sleep. An uncomfortable mattress that doesn't properly support your body, or that creates pressure points, can prevent deep sleep, even if you're not consciously aware of the discomfort. Pillows should support your neck and head in alignment with your spine. The specific height and firmness needed varying based on your preferred sleeping position. Side sleepers typically need firmer, higher pillows than back sleepers, while stomach sleepers often do best with very thin pillows or none at all. Bedding should be breathable, allowing heat and moisture to dissipate rather than trapping them against your body. Natural fibers like cotton, linen, or bamboo tend to be more breathable than synthetic materials. The weight of your blankets is also a consideration. Some people find that weighted blankets, which typically weigh between 15 and 25 pounds, provide a sense of gentle pressure that's calming and helps them sleep better. The pressure is thought to increase serotonin and melatonin while decreasing cortisol, though individual responses vary. Beyond these primary environmental factors, consider the overall atmosphere and associations of your bedroom. Ideally, your bedroom should be a space dedicated primarily to sleep and rest, not a multi-purpose room where you work, eat, watch television, and argue with your partner. When your bedroom is strongly associated with sleep, simply entering it begins to trigger sleep-related responses in your nervous system. If you've been doing work in bed, your bed becomes associated with the activation and focus required for work, making it harder to shift into sleep mode when you lie down. This principle of sleep associations extends to your entire bedtime routine, creating a consistent series of activities that you do each night before bed trains your nervous system to recognize these activities as signals that sleep is approaching. This might include brushing your teeth, washing your face, changing into pajamas, doing some gentle stretching, practicing meditation, reading for a few minutes, anything that forms a reliable sequence that always leads to sleep. Over time, Beginning this routine triggers anticipatory relaxation. Your body starting to wind down because it knows what comes next. The timing consistency of your sleep schedule also matters enormously. Going to bed at roughly the same time each night and waking at the same time each morning, even on weekends, helps regulate your circadian rhythm. Your body learns when to expect sleep and when to expect wakefulness, making both transitions easier. Wildly varying sleep times, staying up until 3 in the morning on Friday and Saturday nights, then trying to sleep at 10 on Sunday night, creates a kind of perpetual jet lag that makes quality sleep much more difficult. Scent can play a subtle but meaningful role in creating a sleep-conducive environment. Certain aromatherapy scents, particularly lavender, have been studied for their relaxation-promoting properties. Research has found that lavender aromatherapy can improve sleep quality, reduce anxiety, and lower heart rate. You might use a lavender sachet under your pillow, lavender essential oil in a diffuser, or lavender scented lotion as part of your bedtime routine. The mechanism likely involves both direct effects of the aromatic compounds on the nervous system and conditioned associations, where the scent becomes linked with relaxation and sleep through repeated pairing. Consider what you bring into your bedroom in the hours before sleep. Stimulating activities, stressful conversations, work tasks, intense exercise. These all activate your nervous system in ways contrary to sleep. The hour or two before bed should be a wind down period where you gradually shift from the demands and activation of the day toward the quiet and relaxation of sleep. This doesn't mean you must be bored or unstimulated, but your activities should be genuinely relaxing rather than energizing or stressful. Some people find it helpful to keep a notepad by the bed for a specific purpose. If worries or tasks you need to remember keep popping into your mind as you're trying to sleep, you can quickly jot them down. This externalization of the concern often allows your mind to let go of it, trusting that you won't forget because you've written it down. The key is to keep this very brief, just a few words to capture the thought, not an extended journaling session that that engages your mind more deeply. The goal with environmental optimization is to remove barriers to sleep and create support for it. You're essentially designing your space and routine to work with your biology rather than against it. Every adjustment you make that better aligns your environment with what your nervous system needs for sleep is an investment that pays dividends every single night. You're not just improving tonight's sleep, but creating conditions that support better sleep for as long as you maintain them. It's worth noting that perfection isn't required. You might not be able to control every aspect of your sleep environment. Maybe you live in a noisy building, or you share a bedroom with someone who has different preferences, or you travel frequently for work. That's okay. Do what you can with what you have. Even small improvements can make meaningful differences. A 5-degree cooler bedroom, softer earplugs, or blackout curtains can each independently improve sleep quality. Combined, multiple small improvements can create substantial overall enhancement of your sleep environment. The environmental work also interacts synergistically with meditation practices. When you practice sleep meditation in an optimally prepared environment, you're giving yourself the best possible conditions for success. The meditation techniques help shift your internal state toward relaxation, while the environment supports and reinforces that shift. Together, they create a powerful combination that addresses both the psychological and physical aspects of sleep preparation. Overcoming common obstacles. Even with the best techniques and optimal environment, most people encounter obstacles as they develop a sleep meditation practice. Understanding these common challenges and having strategies to address them can mean the difference between abandoning the practice in frustration and persisting until the benefits fully emerge. Let's explore the most frequent obstacles and practical approaches for overcoming them. Racing thoughts represent perhaps the most common challenge people face when trying to meditate for sleep. You lie down, begin your practice, and almost immediately your mind starts churning. Thoughts about work tomorrow, replaying conversations from today, planning future events, worrying about problems, creating imaginary scenarios. The stream of thoughts can feel overwhelming, and it's easy to conclude that meditation just doesn't work for you because you can't quiet your mind. Here's the first crucial insight. Meditation is not about having no thoughts. It's not about achieving some perfect state of mental blankness. Thoughts arising during meditation are completely normal and expected, even for experienced practitioners. The practice is not in preventing thoughts, but in how you relate to them when they appear. Instead of getting frustrated with thinking or trying to force thoughts away, you simply notice that thinking is happening and gently redirect your attention back to your breath, body sensations, or whatever anchor you're using for the meditation. Think of it like training a puppy. The puppy wanders off. You gently call it back. It wanders again. You call it back again. You don't get angry at the puppy for being a puppy. You patiently, kindly, repeatedly guide it back. Your mind is the same way. Wandering is what minds do. The meditation practice is the repeated returning, not the staying perfectly focused. Each time you notice you've been thinking and bring your attention back, that's actually a moment of successful meditation, not a failure. If thoughts are particularly intense or compelling, you might try a few specific strategies. One is to mentally label the thinking. When you notice your thinking, silently say to yourself, thinking, or planning, or worrying, or whatever label fits. This simple labeling creates a tiny bit of distance from the thoughts, acknowledging them without getting swept up in their content. Then you can more easily let them go and return to your meditation anchor. Another approach is to use the breath as a more prominent focus. If your mind is very active, gentle body awareness might not provide enough to focus on. Try counting breaths or using a breathing technique like 4-7-8 breathing. The more structured focus can help occupy your attention, giving thoughts less space to proliferate. You can also try consciously designating a time earlier in the evening as worry time. Spend 15 or 20 minutes explicitly allowing yourself to think through concerns. Make lists of what you need to do, problem solve. Getting these things out of your head before bed, whether by writing them down or thinking them through deliberately, can reduce how much they intrude during your sleep meditation. Physical discomfort during meditation is another common obstacle. Maybe your back hurts, or you get an itch, or your position feels uncomfortable. The first solution is obvious. Adjust your position to be more comfortable. Unlike seated meditation, where maintaining a particular posture is part of the practice, sleep meditation is all about comfort. Use pillows to support your body. Adjust your position as needed. Try different arrangements until you find what works. But what about more subtle discomfort or sensations that arise even in a comfortable position? This is where meditation becomes interesting. Instead of immediately reacting to every small sensation by fidgeting and adjusting, you can practice bringing curious attention to the sensation itself. What does it actually feel like? Where exactly is it located? Is it constant or changing? Often, when you observe discomfort with curiosity rather than reactivity, you discover it's less intense than you thought, or that it shifts and changes on its own without requiring any action from you. This doesn't mean you should lie in agony, refusing to adjust. If something genuinely hurts or is very uncomfortable, absolutely change positions. But for minor sensations, the practice of observing without immediately reacting builds your capacity to be present with discomfort, which is a valuable skill that extends beyond meditation into all areas of life. Some people face the opposite problem from racing thoughts. They fall asleep too quickly before they feel they've properly practiced the meditation. If this is happening to you, congratulations. Your meditation is effectively inducing sleep, which is precisely what you wanted. Don't worry that you're not completing the full meditation. Meditation is a vehicle to sleep, not an end in itself. If you fall asleep quickly, you can take satisfaction in knowing the practice is working exactly as intended. On the other hand, some people struggle with staying awake too long during the meditation, feeling relaxed, but not quite transitioning into sleep. This might indicate that you need to make your practice longer or slower, allowing more time for relaxation to deepen into actual sleep. Or it might mean your environment isn't quite optimized. Perhaps it's too warm, or there's subtle light or noise keeping you in that threshold state. Review the environmental factors and see if any adjustments might help. Building a sustainable practice can be challenging in our busy lives. You know meditation would help, but finding time for it each night feels difficult. The key is to start with a realistic, achievable commitment. Don't decide you're going to do an hour-long meditation practice every night if that's not sustainable for you. Start with just 10 minutes. The consistency of practicing regularly, even briefly, is more valuable than occasional long sessions. Once a shorter practice becomes a stable habit, you can gradually extend it if you wish. Integrate the practice into your existing bedtime routine rather than treating it as an additional task. It doesn't have to be separate from getting ready for bed. You can practice body scan awareness while you're lying in bed after you've turned out the light. You can do breathing exercises while you're already lying down in your sleeping position. Make it as easy as possible to practice by removing any barriers or extra steps. Some people struggle with motivation when benefits don't appear immediately. You try meditation for a few nights and don't notice dramatic improvements in your sleep, so you question whether it's worth continuing. Remember that meditation typically produces gradual benefits that accumulate over time. You're training your nervous system, creating new patterns and pathways, and this takes repetition. Research suggests that people often begin noticing improvements in sleep quality after practicing consistently for at least 2 to 4 weeks. Give yourself permission to be a beginner, to practice without demanding immediate perfect results. Tracking your practice and sleep quality can help maintain motivation and allow you to see patterns and improvements you might otherwise miss. A simple sleep journal where you note what time you went to bed, whether you practiced meditation, how long it took to fall asleep, and how you felt in the morning can reveal progress that isn't obvious from day to day, but becomes clear when you look back over weeks. When to seek additional help is an important question. Sleep meditation is a powerful tool, but it's not a cure-all for every sleep problem. If you've been practicing consistently for several months and seeing no improvement, or if your sleep problems are severely affecting your daily functioning, it's worth consulting a healthcare provider. Some sleep disorders, like sleep apnea or restless leg syndrome, require specific medical interventions that meditation alone won't address. Meditation can be part of a comprehensive approach to sleep improvement, but sometimes needs to be combined with other treatments. Similarly, if your sleep problems seem connected to significant anxiety, depression, or trauma, working with a mental health professional who can address these underlying issues while you continue meditation practice may be more effective than meditation alone. Meditation is a complement to professional care, not a replacement for it when serious mental health concerns are present. The obstacle of self-criticism deserves special attention. Many people beat themselves up when meditation feels difficult or when they don't sleep well despite practicing. This self-criticism is counterproductive. It creates additional stress and tension, exactly what you're trying to reduce. Instead, practice bringing the same gentle, non-judgmental awareness to your experience of the meditation itself that you're learning to bring to your thoughts and sensations. If the meditation feels difficult tonight, that's simply how it is tonight. Tomorrow might be different. If you slept poorly despite meditating, that's disappointing, but not a failure. You still benefited from the deep relaxation, even if it didn't lead all the way to sleep. Approaching obstacles with curiosity rather than frustration transforms them from problems into learning opportunities. Why are your thoughts particularly active tonight? Is there something you need to address during waking hours? Why is your body particularly uncomfortable in this position? Does it reveal tension patterns you could work with? Every challenge in the practice is information, feedback that helps you refine your approach and understand yourself better. The obstacles you encounter are not signs that you're doing it wrong or that meditation won't work for you. They're a natural part of developing any new skill. Every meditator, no matter how experienced, deals with wandering thoughts, physical discomfort, and variable results. The difference is simply that experienced practitioners have learned not to let these challenges derail their practice. They've developed patience, persistence, and self-compassion. You can develop these same qualities through your practice, allowing obstacles to become teachers rather than barriers. Integrating sleep meditation into your life. Knowing about meditation techniques is one thing. actually practicing them consistently enough to experience their full benefits is another. Integration, making meditation a natural, sustainable part of your life rather than an obligation you struggle to maintain, is where the real transformation happens. Let's explore practical strategies for building and sustaining a meditation practice that serves you over the long term. Starting small is one of the most important principles for successful integration. There's a temptation when discovering a new practice that could help to dive in completely, practicing for an hour each night, determined to make dramatic changes immediately. This enthusiasm often leads to burnout when the initial excitement fades and the practice starts feeling burdensome. Instead, start with a commitment so small that it feels almost ridiculously easy. 5 minutes of conscious breathing before sleep, a brief body scan of just your head, neck, and shoulders. Something you're confident you can do every single night without it feeling like a major undertaking. The power of starting small is that success breeds success. When you consistently meet a small goal, you build confidence and momentum. The practice becomes a habit, a natural part of your routine, rather than something you have to constantly motivate yourself to do. Once the small practice is well established, you can gradually extend it. Add another 5 minutes. Include more of your body in the scan. Experiment with visualization. But you do this from a foundation of already having consistent practice, rather than trying to build that foundation while also doing an extensive practice. Morning versus evening practice is worth considering. Most sleep meditation is naturally done in the evening as you're preparing for bed, since its explicit purpose is facilitating sleep. However, practicing relaxation and mindfulness techniques during the day can also improve nighttime sleep by reducing overall stress and training your nervous system to access relaxed states more easily. You might do a brief morning meditation that's more alert and focused. Perhaps just 5 or 10 minutes of mindful breathing or body awareness. This daytime practice isn't meant to make you sleepy, but to cultivate overall mindfulness and stress management that supports better sleep when night comes. The relationship between timing and effectiveness is individual. Some people find that meditating right when they get into bed works perfectly. Others need to meditate earlier, perhaps doing their practice while sitting comfortably, then transitioning to bed already relaxed. Experiment to find what works for your body and your schedule. The best timing is whatever you'll actually do consistently. Using apps and guided recordings can be tremendously helpful, especially when building a new practice. Having a voice guide you through meditation removes the burden of remembering what comes next and can make it easier to stay focused. Many meditation apps offer extensive libraries of sleep-specific meditations in various lengths and styles. Some popular options include Insight Timer, Calm, Headspace, and many others, with both free and paid options available. The advantage of apps is convenience and variety. You can easily try different types of meditation to discover what resonates with you. The disadvantage is potential dependency on having the recording available and perfectly functioning technology at bedtime, which can create a new form of stress if your phone is acting up or you forgot to download something. Consider apps as training wheels that help you learn, with the long-term goal of being able to guide yourself through meditation without external support when needed. Combining meditation with other healthy sleep habits creates synergistic effects. Meditation doesn't exist in isolation from the rest of your sleep hygiene. Consider how it fits into a broader approach that includes maintaining consistent sleep-wake times, limiting caffeine intake, especially in the afternoon and evening, getting regular exercise, but not too close to bedtime, managing light exposure throughout the day, and addressing any medical issues affecting sleep. Exercise deserves special mention because of its strong connection to sleep quality. Regular physical activity, particularly earlier in the day, can significantly improve sleep. It helps regulate circadian rhythms, reduces stress and anxiety, and creates physical tiredness that facilitates sleep. However, intense exercise too close to bedtime can be stimulating for some people. If you exercise in the evening, try to finish at least a few hours before bed, or opt for gentle movement like yoga or walking closer to bedtime. Nutrition also affects sleep in ways that interact with meditation practice. Large meals, spicy foods, or significant alcohol consumption close to bedtime can interfere with sleep quality. Caffeine, even consumed many hours before bed, can affect sleep in sensitive individuals. Being mindful of what you consume and when can support the work you're doing with meditation to improve sleep. Tracking progress provides motivation and helps you identify patterns and refinements to your practice. This doesn't need to be elaborate. A simple log where you note whether you practiced, for how long, what type of meditation you did, and a brief assessment of your sleep quality can be illuminating. Over time, you might notice that certain techniques work better for you than others, or that practicing at particular times is more effective, or that your sleep improves most on nights when you combine meditation with other specific habits. Be wary of too much tracking becoming counterproductive. However, some people find that obsessively monitoring their sleep creates anxiety about sleep that undermines the relaxation they're trying to create. If tracking feels stressful rather than helpful, scale it back or eliminate it. The point is to support your practice, not create additional pressure. Dealing with disruptions to your routine requires flexibility and self-compassion. Life happens. You travel, you get sick, you have a family emergency, your schedule gets thrown off completely. When your meditation routine gets disrupted, the important thing is to return to it without guilt or dramatic stories about having failed. You simply start again. Even if you've missed days or weeks, you can begin practicing again tonight. Each meditation session is independent. Last night doesn't determine tonight. You always have the opportunity to practice right now. Some people find it helpful to have a simplified backup practice for disrupted times. Maybe your full practice is 30 minutes of body scan, breathing exercises, and visualization. But you also have a 5-minute mini practice that's just breathing or a very brief body scan. When circumstances prevent your full practice, you can still maintain continuity by doing the abbreviated version. This prevents the all or nothing thinking, where if you can't do your full practice, you don't do anything at all. Sharing your practice with others can provide support and accountability. You might have a partner or family member who also wants to improve their sleep. And you can meditate together, or at least check in with each other about your practice. Online communities focused on meditation or sleep improvement can offer encouragement, answer questions, and remind you that you're not alone in facing challenges. The key is finding support that feels encouraging rather than judgmental, that celebrates your efforts rather than focusing on perceived failures. As your practice matures, you may find that it evolves in ways you didn't expect. Techniques that worked well initially might feel less necessary as your nervous system becomes generally more regulated. You might discover that you need less time to achieve the same depth of relaxation, or you might find new dimensions to explore within practices you thought you knew. Stay curious and open to how your meditation practice grows and changes along with you. The ultimate goal of integration is for meditation to become not a separate activity you do, but a quality of awareness you bring to your life. The skills you develop in formal meditation practice, the ability to notice your thoughts without being controlled by them, to observe physical sensations without reactive judgment, to consciously relax your body, to return to the present moment. These skills become available to you throughout the day. You might use conscious breathing while stuck in traffic or before an important meeting. You might notice tension in your shoulders during a stressful conversation and consciously release it. The formal nighttime meditation practice is the training ground where you develop capabilities that enhance your entire life, not just your sleep. Remember that building any new habit takes time and repetition. Research suggests it can take anywhere from 18 days to many months for a new behavior to become truly automatic, depending on the complexity of the behavior and the individual. Be patient with yourself. Every single time you practice, you're strengthening the neural pathways that make the practice easier and more effective. You're training your nervous system toward greater capacity for relaxation and rest. This is cumulative work that builds on itself over time.